in September, 2.2% in November, and that is mainly due to higher services and energy inflation. Core inflation, excluding food and energy, was constant at 2.4%, and our indicators of underlying inflation remain consistent with our 2% medium-term target. The reduction in inflation towards our medium-term target has been supported by a gradual moderation in wage growth from its peak at 5.7% in the second quarter of 2023 to 3.9% in the same quarter of this year. And of course, it will be seen at our next projection exercise what kind of indicators we are receiving and how wages are expected to evolve. We expect inflation to stay around our 2% target in the coming months. Risk to the outlook continue to be two-sided, although more narrow than they were. Uncertainty remains higher than usual pre-COVID, owing to volatile global trade policies, but has clearly abated since the conclusion of the agreement between the US and Europe in relation to tariff. The next Eurosystem staff projection, to be published on the 18th of December, will shed further light on both growth and inflation. As our assessment of the inflation outlook was broadly unchanged, as a result, at our last October monetary policy meeting, we kept our interest rate unchanged. We continue to follow a data-dependent and meeting-by-meeting approach to determining the appropriate monetary policy stance, and in particular, our interest rate decisions will be based on our assessment of the inflation outlook and the risks surrounding it, as well as the dynamics of underlying inflation and the strength of monetary policy transmission, and we are not committing to any predetermined path. So let me now turn to the ECB's instruments that were the topic of interest on the occasion of this meeting. We have reconfirmed in our recent strategy assessment that we are committed to setting monetary policy such that inflation stabilizes at our 2% target in the medium term. That has not changed. We had it in our strategy review of 2021. We maintained it unchanged, and we think that it has served us well so far. Our primary monetary policy instrument is the set of three key ECB interest rates. The DFR is the best known, but there are two other ones that apply in certain circumstances, for refinancing in particular. But we may also use other instruments than interest rates, as appropriate. And we will do that to preserve the smooth functioning of monetary policy transmission and provide additional accommodation when interest rates approach their lower bound, which is not the case at the moment. Effective transmission of our monetary policy stance across the euro area is critical for delivering on our price stability mandate. We must therefore remain attentive to situations in which cross-country differences in the impact of our policy on key economic variables become excessive or signal that the transmission mechanism is impaired. And to address such concerns, we have developed over the course of the years several tools to safeguard the smooth transmission of our monetary policy. And I will focus on three specific instruments which have been commented upon by the reports that you have commissioned. The outright monetary transactions, which is called OMTs. That was announced in August and September of 2012. And that was right in the midst of the Greek crisis, and then when there was suspicion that the euro area would not hold. The second that I will comment is the transmission protection instrument, the TPI, which we developed and announced in July 2022, and then the Pandemic Emergency Purchase Program, which is the PEP, announced in March 2020. I could have included in that the TLTRO, which is also an instrument that we have used at the time of COVID and the pandemic in order to stabilize the economy and facilitate and encourage the financing of economic activity. But I'm focusing on these three. So the first one, the outright monetary transactions, 2012, which was a follow-up to Whatever It Takes. This OMT is designed to safeguard the transmission of monetary policy in all euro area countries. OMTs enable us to address severe distortions in government bond markets, which originate from, in particular, unfounded fears among investors of the reversibility of the euro. You might remember some speeches about the fact that the euro is irreversible. My predecessor pronounced that word several times, and associated with that was the OMT, which was, by the way, never ever used. A necessary condition for OMTs is strict and effective conditionalities attached to an appropriate European Stability Mechanism program. So it's not an IMF program, it's an ESM program, which includes conditionality that address some of the weaknesses of the fundamentals of that economy. That's for the OMT. The Transmission Protection Instrument, the TPI, can be activated to counter, and all words matter here, unwarranted, disorderly dynamics in the market for securities issued in countries experiencing a deterioration in financing conditions that are not warranted by country-specific fundamentals. In that situation, the Governing Council will consider a cumulative list of criteria to assess whether the countries in which the Eurosystem may conduct purchases under TPI are pursuing sound and sustainable fiscal and macroeconomic policies. The criteria, among others, include compliance with the EU's fiscal framework and an absence of severe macroeconomic imbalances. Final one is the Pandemic Emergency Purchase Programme, which was launched and used, by the way. TPI was not used either. OMT, TPI available in the toolbox, ready to go, never used. The Pandemic Emergency Purchase Programme was launched and used in response to the COVID-19 shock, which affected all euro area countries, but to different degrees. The programme was designed with a dual role. On the one hand, it supported market functioning, as well as, second role, the transmission of monetary policy. On the other hand, it enabled a substantial easing of the monetary policy stance to counter the serious downside risks to price stability posed by the pandemic. So transmission and stance, both of them combined in one single instrument. In the face of the extraordinary economic and financial shock, the programme's flexibility, which allowed the pace and composition of purchases to be adjusted, really important, proved critical in stabilising markets, addressing impediments to transmission, supporting the economic recovery and safeguarding price stability. Again, the 2 pages provide you with a reference to how much was actually used for the PEP. So the size and pace of PEP were recalibrated and reinvestment of maturing bond were fully discontinued at the end of December 2024, contributing to the normalization of our balance sheet that you have alluded to. So together, these tools demonstrate that the ECB's toolkit is adaptable to unprecedented challenges while remaining clearly within the scope of monetary policy competence. And consistent with our commitment to transparency and accountability, we have engaged extensively with your committee to explain our assessment and answer questions on these tools. The ongoing dialogue underscores our dedication to ensuring that our actions are thoroughly scrutinised and clearly understood by the public. If you look at our website, for instance, you have all the terms and conditions, criteria and assessments that take place in order to activate any of these instruments. So to conclude, as also highlighted in our monetary policy strategy statement, the Governing Council will continue to respond flexibly to new challenges as they arise. It is essential that not only monetary policy, but other policies take the lead in strengthening Europe's prospects and reducing vulnerability to future shocks. This means creating the right conditions for Europe's sources of economic strength to reach their full potential, most notably by making the single market truly single. And in that context, I warmly welcome the European Commission's forthcoming package on capital market integration and supervision. These proposals are, in our view, key to overcome fragmentation, enhance the efficiency of capital market and foster innovation. We have solutions at hand, some of them in our hands. I've just described some of them, but other solutions necessary are in the hands of others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's time to move to the Q&A session, and I will start with EPP, with Markus Ferber. You have 1.5 minutes for the question, 3 minutes for the answer, the possibility to have a follow-up of 1 minute, and 2 minutes for the answer. The floor is yours, Markus.
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau Vorsitzende, Frau Präsidentin. Sie haben ja jetzt die Instrumente nochmal dargestellt und wir stellen ja auch fest, dass wir steigende Verschuldungen in den Mitgliedstaaten haben. Und da gibt es ja Stimmen, die fordern ganz offen, dass die Europäische Zentralbank entweder die Zinsen senken sollte oder auch wieder verstärkt Anleiheaufkaufprogramme starten sollte, um die Finanzierungskosten hochverschuldender Staaten zu senken oder auch um die Spreads etwas einzudämmen in den Zinslasten verschiedener Mitgliedstaaten. Aber auch nicht nur innerhalb der EU, auch außerhalb der EU gibt es ja starken Druck auf die Zentralbanken. Ich denke da insbesondere an die USA. Deswegen meine Frage angesichts weiterhin hoher öffentlicher Schulden, steigender Zinslasten im Euroraum, wie stellen Sie sicher, dass Sie derartigen Druck standhalten können und die Idee der monetären Dominanz nicht ausgehöhlt wird? That was very short, Mr. President.
Well, thank you so much for your question, Mr. Ferber. I can assure you that when we decide our monetary policy stance, we are doing exactly what I explained, which is that we look at all the data, we analyze the risk associated with our inflation outlook, we study very carefully whatever instruments and tools we have to be for instance, or wages. We have a lot of backward-looking instruments, but we have also built some tools that help us to understand exactly what is likely to happen. So we look at all of that. And on a meeting-by-meeting basis, looking at inflation outlook with the risk associated to it, the underlying inflation and the transmission, we look at all those three. We look at the objective that we have set for ourselves, which is the 2% medium term. We look at our primary objective, which is price stability, and we make the decision. So we regard that as mission critical for the ECB. There are other missions critical, but they are in the hands of other institutions. And in particular, when it comes to public finances, it is not for the central bank to redress the public finances or to accommodate any particular policy. It is for those in charge of public finances to actually select the investment that will make the economy more productive while being attentive to the debt sustainability of the economy. So we are not fiscally dependent, if you will.
Follow-up?
Ja, dann fange ich gleich mit der Anschlussfrage an. Wir haben ja auch auf europäischer Ebene die Fiskalregeln angepasst, dass Ausgaben für die Verteidigung im Rahmen der Fiskalregeln nicht angerechnet werden. Das heißt, wir gehen davon aus oder müssen davon ausgehen, dass wir in den kommenden Jahren steigende Verschuldungen in den Mitgliedstaaten haben. Indem Sie ja sagen, Sie nehmen die Fakten hier in Betracht, die zu betrachten sind. Wie sehen Sie die Schuldentragfähigkeit der Mitgliedstaaten und was hat das dann für Implikationen auf die Geldpolitik, wenn Sie unabhängig entscheiden?
If I take the example of the country that you know best and that I have the pleasure to live in, we try to understand exactly what is the investment program, when it is going to have a bearing on the economy, what kind of investment will be made, and will it be in the nature of productive investment? Will it be sourced in Europe or outside Europe? And we try to anticipate what exactly will be the impact on the economy so that we can adjust the projection that we have for growth. Now, of course, it will have an impact on the debt level. It will have an impact on the debt sustainability, on the service of the debt as well. But how that financing is invested will matter a lot. And those are the various items that we try to take into account in our analysis of how effective, how productive the investment will be for the economy of that country, but also, as you know, there will be spillover and probably an encouragement to other countries to also go along. Thank you.
Thank you. For the S&D, Jonas Fernandez.
Muchas gracias, Chair. Bienvenida, Presidenta. Hablaré en castellano. Es cierto que en los próximos días conoceremos la propuesta de la Comisión para avanzar en la consolidación de los mercados de capitales y estará bien, pero en las últimas semanas he percibido en algunas de sus declaraciones públicas una posición muy vocal a favor de avanzar más rápido y en otros sectores vinculados al mercado único. La competitividad pasa por más mercado único, el objetivo primario de su institución es la inflación y más mercado único también ayudaría a contener la inflación. Me gustaría preguntarle cómo ve, qué respuesta encuentra a esas exigencias de más mercado único, porque algunos creemos que son un poco vagas todavía. Gracias.
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Fernandez. You are correct that in order to fight inflation and in order to deliver on price stability, we have to look at multiple elements. We have to look at the activity, we have to look at the risk bearing on the activity, we have to look at the labour markets, we have to look at all sorts of expectations matter a lot. And in relation to growth and activity, we were shocked several times in the last few years. The latest shock that we suffered was the shock of tariff, for instance. When moving from 1 plus a little percent to 13.1% was obviously a shock that affected our trade activity with one of our major partners, the largest trading partner we had. So it begs the question of how do we address that and how do we deal with a reduction, most likely, of the trade activity, which is one of the drivers of growth. And then you have to turn to your own market and to look at what the domestic market has to offer. And our job as European Central Bank will look at the whole euro area and see what additional growth could be leveraged out of our economies. And I don't know if you remember, but the IMF had produced a study which concluded with the fact that there was an equivalent of 40% tariff on good trade within the euro area and 100% equivalent tariffs on services traded within the euro area. So when we saw that study, we were a little bit shocked by the fact that we were inflicting upon ourselves those kinds of obstacles and barriers. And we conducted a similar study, trying to be a little bit more refined, more sophisticated, taking a little bit more time as well to get to the bottom of it. And we came actually with numbers that were not only of the same magnitude, but higher. So the latest study that was produced, I think it was in the Economic Journal, was 65% quasi-tariffs for goods and 110% on services. And it doesn't. Well, our great economists then try to measure how much would it take in order to offset the negative impact of additional tariffs to compensate for that loss of activity. And it's fascinating because when you look, and that's the beauty of the diversity of the euro area. If all members of the euro area were to apply the same barriers as the Netherlands, we would eliminate the negative impact of the additional tariff from the United States onto euro area exports. And it's not even that. It's if we did only a quarter of that effort, we would set it off. So it's with that in mind that whenever I'm asked for my views, I say the single market is not just for monetary purposes. The single market should be really the delivery of the promise of Jacques Delors way back, when we affirmed that goods, services, capital and people should move freely. We haven't realized that, and there is a massive potential to be had as a result. And I'm not going to repeat the reports of the great Letta and the great Draghi. They said it, they documented it, but what we can do in addition to that is measure how much we inflict upon ourselves.
Yeah. Follow-up there?
Sí, muchas gracias. Y en virtud de estos números producidos por el Fondo Monetario o por el propio BCE, sobre los aranceles internos del mercado único, ¿no considera que la agenda de la Comisión, exclusivamente centrada o casi exclusivamente centrada en simplificar las normas estrictamente comunitarias, aunque necesario, es absolutamente, en fin, no diré que inútil, pero marginal a los efectos de los problemas que realmente debemos resolver en el funcionamiento del mercado único? Gracias.
You know, I don't want to insert myself in policies that are not of our responsibilities, but the competitiveness compass, which was intended, I think, to be a translation of the prescriptions of the Draghi report, is a set of measures that would be helpful to achieve better competitiveness, more single market. I don't think it can be reduced only to simplification, which is a big word that covers lots of other things. If I look at what I know better, which is what we do at the European Central Bank, and if I look in particular at work that has recently been done on simplification of the regulatory framework, of the reporting framework, of the supervision framework, we are at the juncture of two forces, if you will. There's the European force, which tries to harmonize, set frameworks, organize in a sort of more consistent way the regulatory requirements and the supervision requirements in the financial sector. But the second force is actually the national force at each level of each member states, where additional layers, special requirements, further licensing, special permission are added to what has already been harmonized. So my take, if the same phenomenon applies in other sectors, is that charity begins at home, and member states should be looking at what they have added, how they have supplemented, sometimes with good intention, but with a limited result in terms of effectiveness and efficiency, just as much as the European institutions, including mine, should look at how as effective one can be without layers of duplication or additional unnecessary reporting, for instance.
Thank you. For PFE, Nico Giori.
Thank you. Madam President, welcome back. Let me ask you about two very timely issues. The first one is the Capital Market Union. I think we all agree that a competitive and well-functioning EU capital market is essential for supporting investments and growth. However, the experience of the 2008 financial crisis remains a critical reminder of how excessive risk-taking, insufficient capital requirements and complex securitization structures can undermine financial stability with far-reaching consequences. In this regard, how does the ECB assess the risk related to the reduction of certain capital requirements in the Commission's current securitization package? And based on this assessment, do you think that the Commission proposal found the right balance between loosening and financial stability, or there is still room for further lowering capital requirements and by this helping a bit the growth? And my second question would be on the financial transaction tax, which has been brought back. It's in the air in this House, even as a new potential own resource of the EU budget. How do you think this idea is compatible with the plan of the Savings and Investment Union, and what kind of impact it would have on this plan? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for your two questions. I may have missed the first part of your second question, but you'll take me back to it. So on the securitization, so we believe that it's, and from the discussions that we've had with banks, from the understanding that we have of where the project is, we believe that securitization is one of the components of the Capital Market Union. And it's certainly one that was most welcomed by banks. One of the reasons possibly is that by removing some of the risks from their balance sheet, it will then help them provide more funding to the economy and increase the volume of lending that is out there. So it's a tool, and it plays a key role as far as bank support for the project is concerned. And it's key to manage banks' capital and funding needs and to support lending to the real economy and create opportunities. So, on November 11th, so not so long ago, the ECB communicated its views and shared them with the Commission on its securitization proposal. The ECB generally approved the proposal, welcomed it, and praised key aspects of the reform, such as more proportionality in investor due diligence and targeted simplification of disclosure requirements. The ECB also provided some technical suggestions on risk retention rules, on criteria for simple, transparent and standardized securitization in particular, and on definition of public securitizations. And we are particularly attentive to the follow-up to those comments and whether synthetic securitization in particular will be appropriately measured in terms of risks. At the beginning of your second question, I've lost it. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. So it was about the financial transaction tax. This idea has been brought back in this House in the context of as a new or potential own resource. And I wanted to ask your opinion about whether it's a timely issue, whether it would be good, because I have very strong doubts what impact it would have in the plan of the Savings and Investment Union.
You know, as President of the ECB, I don't have fixated views on this transaction tax. It's been around, it's been promoted for decades as this. I think Tobin was the one who sort of threw it in the machine as the little sand that would slow it down. So I don't have a specific view, and I think that anything that facilitates the localization in Europe of the use of savings, of the investment in appropriate and well-calibrated financial instrument will be welcome. Anything that goes against it will not necessarily be helpful.
Thank you so much for the answer. And just a follow-up question. You were speaking about the importance of the effective transmission of your monetary policy, which I fully agree. Could you be a bit more specific? Which are the major impediments to the proper monetary transmission of your policies? If you can name some concrete things which you should be dismantled. Thank you.
Well, there are two elements that are sort of reinforcing each other and are mutually inclusive and needed. It's the stance. You know, in essence, it's what decisions are made in order to deliver on the mission of price stability, and it's the transmission, because you can decide all the stances in the world. If it doesn't transmit to the economy and throughout the euro area, then you haven't achieved the results that you expected. So, you know, you can think of multiple impediments to transmission, but what we are particularly keen on doing is measuring whether our monetary policy stance transmits. And I've used in those days the upstream, downstream, the speed at which it transmits. And what we are seeing at the moment, certainly, and what we have seen for quarters and quarters, is very good transmission of our monetary policy. When you start seeing the financial sector, for instance, in its lending capacity to either households or corporates, not moving when we are moving, up or down, doesn't matter, then you know that you have an issue of transmission, and you have to be attentive to the causes of that failure to transmit. And I think that in all instances we have the tools to respond to that.
For ECR, Stephen Nicola Bartulica.
Thank you very much. Madam President, welcome back to the European Parliament. I have a question on the rise of cases of debanking, or sometimes described as de-risking, a practice done by commercial banks in the EU. So under the ECB's single supervisory mechanism framework, commercial banks have repeatedly violated EU citizens' fundamental right to access the financial system, enshrined in the Payment Accounts Directive. When banks close a client's account, this is often done with no explanation. It is happening with increased frequency throughout the EU, and this simply disallows citizens to function properly on a daily basis. What can the ECB do to prevent this practice from happening? It's, in my view, a clear abuse of power by the banks. I think many citizens feel that this is being done simply because they have the wrong political opinions. I've hosted an event here where journalists and activists gave testimony to what happened to them. Once one bank closes their accounts, it's very difficult for them to find another bank where they can do business. So what can the ECB do to mitigate the consequences of this practice and to prevent the further abuse of power by commercial banks? Thank you.
Well, thank you. You know, I was tempted to tell you my story, but I won't. Because I did face that situation on an account that was not particularly well credited, I will say, and given my sort of exposed personality status and the requirements that go with it, and I was, asked to politely to close my account with that institution. So I'm not going to tell you that it doesn't happen. And it's sometimes the case, I'm sure, that some institution, when they measure the cost-benefit of a particular account, decide that it's probably better to close than to keep open. Is it a good practice? I don't think so. What can the European Central Bank do? Not much. At least for my central banking activity, in the supervisory domain, I'm sure that our supervisors can be very attentive to the risk of exclusion of a population. But what I can assure you is that the digital euro, for which we have responsibility, will at least address that issue of exclusion, because it will be an inclusive mechanism that will enable people who are not bankable or who are not banked because they choose not to actually have access to our currency, to the euro, and to the management of the euro. So, in a way, the digital euro in its functionalities will actually address a practice that is producing the exclusion that is not appropriate. So that's what we can do.
Do you want to follow up? It's fine? Okay, so we now move to the Renew Group with Stéphanie Yoncourtin.
Merci Madame la Présidente Lagarde, merci à nouveau d'être parmi nous aujourd'hui. L'Europe est un tournant stratégique, un tournant pour rattraper son retard en matière financière, numérique, industrielle, et un tournant aussi au moment où les grandes puissances économiques mondiales accélèrent massivement leurs investissements dans l'intelligence artificielle, et pendant que les États-Unis et la Chine transforment leur économie à grande vitesse, l'Europe peine à suivre et fait face à un vrai risque de décrochage. Et vous avez récemment indiqué, je cite, que l'Europe a raté le virage de l'IA et nous devons lever les obstacles qui freinent cette transformation, sinon nous risquons de laisser passer la vague d'adoption de l'IA et compromettre l'avenir de l'Europe. Et Mario Draghi a aussi rappelé récemment que l'IA se répand dans l'économie beaucoup plus rapidement que les révolutions technologiques précédentes et que l'écart entre les pays qui embrassent l'innovation et ceux qui hésitent va se creuser considérablement. Dans ce contexte, j'ai deux questions. D'abord, quel levier concret l'Union européenne doit-elle actionner? Quels obstacles devons-nous lever pour éviter ce décrochage face aux États-Unis et à la Chine dans le domaine de l'IA? Et puis deuxièmement, est-ce que l'IA joue un rôle au sein de la BCE dans votre mission de stabilité financière et de supervision bancaire? Et si oui, lequel? Merci.
Merci beaucoup de votre question à laquelle je vais répondre en anglais pour que ce soit facilement accessible pour tous sans recourir à la traduction. So what are the obstacles to the adoption of major innovation? I would say, first and foremost, the capacity to invest. Because in order to innovate, which will indeed improve the productivity, money is needed. I think we have the intelligence, we have the talent. There are multiple examples of startups in Germany, in France, in Spain, in various corners of Europe, everywhere actually, where talent is there, where innovation is created. And yet you, as well as we, have multiple examples of those startups that try to scale up, do not have access to the second or third round of financing and go somewhere else. So my humble analysis, looking at flows of money, is to strongly encourage and request and beg that every effort is made in order to create in Europe a capital market union that will facilitate the capacity of innovators to be financed here, and for venture capitalists to actually have an easy way in and out if that is necessary. We don't have that in the same proportion. And when you look at numbers, you see that ever since the big wave of innovation caused by internet, we have gradually over the course of time lost productivity relative to the United States. And when you look at what is causing it, of course we have good universities, as they do. Of course we have great talents, as they do. If we compare just with the US, I'm not talking about China for the moment. But what we are missing is this moment when a strong financial push is needed in order for the startup to scale up and become one of those licornes that we so badly need. That's my view.
Do you want to follow up?
Juste peut-être sur le rôle de la BCE en matière justement dans cette compétence de stabilité financière. Est-ce que l'IA est déjà quelque chose qui est incorporé, qui est utilisé, et quel rôle y joue?
Yes is the answer. You ask me if we use artificial intelligence, if we try to monitor its use and its impact, and the answer is on both accounts, yes. We do use artificial intelligence at the ECB. I don't make my speeches with artificial intelligence, I can promise you. I have colleagues who do that and who will tell you that, which I think is honest. But we use artificial intelligence. I'll give you an example. There is a lot of reading, fact-finding, investigation that we conduct, which is harnessed by artificial intelligence, which is analyzed by artificial intelligence. When I look at the volume of corporate documents that the SSM has to verify and navigate through in order to assess the validity, the stability, the fit and proper status of persons or corporates, artificial intelligence is capable through the large language models to really decipher, analyze and pick the information that is useful. The detection of fraud, same thing. So we use artificial intelligence in multiple instances, and we try to also encourage as many as possible the banks to use it for good purposes.
Thank you. So I don't think there is anyone for the Greens, so we will move to the left with Pasquale Tredico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Lagarde, the Italian government has introduced an amendment to the budget law declaring the gold reserve of the Bank of Italy to be property of the Italian people. This concerns about approximately 2.5 tons of gold worth about 300 billion euros, which a governing majority would like probably to make available to cover some gaps in the public budget. Actually, in your legal opinion on the case of Italy, on the gold of Italy, you state that the proposal interferes with the institutional and functional independence of the Bank of Italy. You also conclude that the concrete purpose of the draft provision is unclear, and that the authority cannot influence or direct how a central bank manages reserves. On this basis, you invite the Italian authority to reconsider the draft provision. But actually, the government is going ahead, and the gold held by the Bank of Italy represents a strategic national reserve. Could you explain, for the benefit of those who may have still some doubts, why such reserve cannot be used directly to finance, for instance, public spending or reduce debt, and what the role they instead play in the euro system in assuring financial stability. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question on Italian gold. It's not a trivial issue because Italy, as you know, is the third largest holder of gold amongst the family of central banks. So it's a key component of the reserves of Italy. And it's a very fresh topic for us because we did publish our opinion. It's dated December the 2nd. It's on our website. And I will spare you the multiple references to essentially Article 127 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union and Article 2.1, third indent of Council decision. So you have all the legal basis on which we are elaborating our opinion. That opinion, interestingly, echoes an opinion that we already rendered in 2019 with a similar question in relation to the title to the gold reserves. And it's interesting because when you look carefully at the treaty, and of course our legal services have done that both in 2019 and have done it yet again, is that there is no actual reference to the title to or the property of. This is not identified as such in the treaty. But what the treaty says very clearly is that the holding and the management of the reserves belong to the national central bank of each member state. And Banca d'Italia is not different from any other national central banks or any other member states. So Banca d'Italia has the duty to hold and manage those reserves. And, we go full circle since 2019. It hasn't changed at all, and it is the same opinion that we have issued and which really clarify very specifically that from a bookkeeping point of view, from a management point of view, from a distribution of results point of view, it is Banca d'Italia which has full authority. And I strongly refer you to the opinion of December the 2nd, which is already now published on our website and available for anybody to consult.
You want to follow up?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just read it, and actually the majority is assuming that the French government is doing something similar. I have some doubt about that. Anyway, this could be as well something to clarify. Thank you.
What is the French government doing
with
that?
Well, the majority in Italy say that in France, actually, there is a similar thing as the provision of the budget law, of the amendment to the budget law. I have some doubt about that, in fact, but this was the answer of the majority.
Okay. Well, this is something that we will look into. I'm not aware of it. And we will look into it. But what I can tell you is that we stand very strongly on the opinion of December the 2nd, which essentially duplicates the opinion that we issued in 2019. And I don't think that there is anything that we wouldn't take out any word of it. But we'll look into it. Thank you for mentioning it.
Thank you. For ESM, Rada Lekova.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Lagarde, my question is concerning the increased gold purchases by central banks. In the recent years, we have seen a remarkable shift that central banks worldwide doubled their annual gold purchases between 2022 and 2024 compared with the average of the previous decade. So this scale of accumulation suggests a growing uncertainty, either regarding confidence in their own currency or in the stability of the US dollar and the euro as a reserve assets. So my question is, what is your interpretation of the reasons behind this trend, and what implications do you foresee for the euro? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. And it is a fact that since 2022 there has been an increased movement of gold purchases by many central banks around the world, and particularly the PBOC, so the National Central Banks of China, has been a significant purchaser of gold. But central banks are not the only one. If you look at, I think the largest purchaser of gold in the last year in particular is actually a company called Tether, which is a stablecoin issuer, which is clearly investing in something that has nothing to do with digital, but which is very tangible, in other words, gold reserves. What does that translate? What does that mean? I think you yourself gave the answer. When some investors are short of destination, are worried about their investment, and want to diversify their investment, generally that's a route that is taken. Thank you.
Do you want to follow up?
Yes, thank you. Additional to that trend, there are persistent reports that the BRICS countries may introduce a trade settlement mechanism backed by precious metals. And if this would be implemented, how could this affect the global attractiveness of the euro as a trade currency, particularly for the global south? And what would be the potential economic consequences for the eurozone if that is to happen? Thank you.
Couple of things. One is, the fear of the BRICS is something that we have been living with for the last 15 years or so. From my days as managing director of the IMF, we were already under the alleged threat of the BRICS forming a subset of the international community, having their own infrastructure of payment, possibly having their own means of exchange, and setting up the international BRICS Bank. I observe that from a distance now, a bit more, but I have not seen a significant move and changes in that respect. Settlement by way of commodities, I'm not sure that this is something that would be a very stable mechanism, because commodities by nature vary extensively over the course of time in terms of value. So I don't see that as a major threat. Thank you.
Thank you. Second round of question. 1 minute for the question, 2 minutes for the answer, and I will start with Lydia Pereira from EPP.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will speak in Portuguese. Senhora Presidente, em vários países da zona euro, como no meu caso, o caso português em Portugal, a economia depende fortemente do crédito bancário para financiar famílias e empresas, em particular as pequenas e médias empresas. A nossa união bancária continua incompleta e é fragmentada. A transmissão da política monetária acontece de forma desigual e, portanto, significa que persistem diferenças muito relevantes no custo do financiamento bancário. Aliás, a Sra. Presidente referiu isso mesmo no que diz respeito àquilo que aconteceu durante a pandemia da Covid-19. E, portanto, precisamos de bancos mais competitivos. Ora, o objetivo de simplificação regulatória é de tal maneira importante que a Comissão assume a intenção de reavaliar o quadro legal do setor bancário e o Banco Central Europeu criou a Task Force para a simplificação. E, portanto, as minhas duas perguntas, rapidamente, é que regulamentos ou diretivas entende ser prioritário de rever com este propósito de simplificação e como é que avalia o impacto deste processo na capacidade de financiamento bancário a custos mais competitivos, em particular para as famílias. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much for your questions, and I will address it from a dual perspective. One is the imperative of simplification and the limits, but also the necessary competition in order to make sure that SMEs in particular have access to good financing conditions. So on the first account, You are right. A high-level task force was set up inside the Eurosystem under the presidency of Luis de Guindos, my vice president, bringing together representatives from various national central banks, which has spent about 6 months looking very systematically at layers of reporting, layers of buffers, layers of stacks of capital, looking at disclosures, looking at the combined requirements that weigh on the financial sector. And I'm pleased to tell you that on Thursday next week, Luis de Guindos, the Vice President, will be presenting very specifically I think there are 15 different areas in which simplifications will be recommended. So it's been hard work, it's been successful, approved by the entire Euro system at the national central bank levels, but I will leave it up to you to explain precisely what the simplification areas have been tackled and what proposals will be transmitted to the Commission so that further changes, hopefully, can be taken into consideration. And I think that by doing that, hopefully, access to credit will be made easier for SMEs and also for banks, when they measure their risk, when they assess the value of collaterals, etc. The second part of my answer has to do with competition. I strongly believe that competition is of the essence of the quality of the services and the value for money that consumers or investors are getting. And I think it's certainly a domain where banks have to enter into competition with each other, where concerted practices would be very detrimental and should be pursued. But competition amongst banks is a necessity. If that doesn't happen, my concern and their fear is that competition will come from outside the system. And coming from outside the system, it might not be as healthy, as properly supervised, and as, properly regulated as well.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je vais vous poser la prochaine question pour remplacer ma collègue Evelyne Regner qui ne peut pas être là malheureusement aujourd'hui. Et je vais vous parler du cas du juge Nicolas Guillou de la Cour pénale internationale. C'est un juge qui a été mis sous sanction américaine et tout lui a été coupé, tous les accès aux plateformes américaines, que ce soit Amazon, Airbnb, etc., mais aussi les moyens de paiement. Et ça montre à quel point nous sommes vulnérables vis-à-vis de l'extérieur quant aux moyens de paiement. Comme on l'a déjà explicité un certain nombre de fois ici. À la lumière de ce cas, quel rôle l'euro numérique devrait-il jouer dans le renforcement de l'indépendance stratégique de l'Europe en matière de paiement et dans la protection des citoyens contre ce type précis de vulnérabilité financière externe, car on le voit, ça peut aller extrêmement vite, et comment la Banque centrale européenne peut-elle également agir de manière protectrice dans ce domaine?
Je suis navré qu'un magistrat de haut niveau se trouve dans une situation de cet ordre. Et je pense, as I said earlier, I think that the digital euro is one of the ways in which the European Central Bank can address such situations, because the digital euro, with or without bank, can be a mean of payment, store of value. I mean, it has all the attributes of a currency because it is a currency, and it is the digital form of our euro. The euro is guaranteed at central bank level by the banknotes that we have, because 20 euros will always be worth 20 euros wherever you go in Europe and outside Europe, because the central bank guarantees it. We have to do the same thing with the digital euro, and this magistrate could use both banknotes, could use the digital euro, and that's one way of not being excluded from the financial system. That's the tool that we have. So hopefully it will be available. It's not available now, but hopefully it will be available soon when you so decide.
Thank you, President Lagarde. I will now give the floor to Lidek Niedermayer for APP.
Thank Thank you very much. It was quick. Madam President, you painted a relatively positive picture of near future. Outlook is good, inflation is under control, monetary policy is appropriate. But if I look more ahead, I have some concerns. We know that across the world there is a huge wave of investment into IT and AI. It doesn't seem that Europe is taking appropriate path. You very well described the difficulties in improving the single market. We can talk about also other topics like building real European defense that can improve our security and at the same time promote the economy by calling for more efficiency. It doesn't seem to me that we are on the track to capture all these potential benefits and to eliminate potential risks. So how you see the more distance into the future, and aren't you afraid about our medium-term outlook?
I'll be very candid with you. I think that we are pressed for time, and we don't have time on our hands. Things are moving very fast and faster. If I look at payments, if I look at payment infrastructure, if I look at new actors in that particular field, but this is true in other areas. I did something which some of the members in the audience found a bit provocative not long ago, and that was at the European Banking Congress in Frankfurt. I'm a regular guest as a keynote speaker for the European Banking Congress. And 2 weeks ago when I spoke, I used a quote. And I turned to the audience and I said, "It sounds familiar?" And they all nodded. I said, "Well, it's familiar because it is what I said to you 6 years ago." And it had to do with how fast things were changing, how quick we should be in responding and anticipating, how the Capital Market Union should be not just a dream, but a project with, segmented element that will see the light of day. And, I would like to celebrate the work that is done by Maria Luisa Albuquerque from the European Commission in order to push some of the issues. And I would like to also mention the fact that not everything belongs to Europe in terms of progress. I mean, you contribute a lot, but a lot has to do with what happens at the national member state level. And there has to be a parallel track of wanting to deliver, of wanting to catch up and be innovative, of wanting to invest in our future and being attractive to external investors as well. So, one response. We are pressed for time, and time is of the essence. If we don't want to be left in the dust, we'd better move. And I see too many projects where we are slow.
Thank you. For ECR, Giovanni Crosetto.
Thank you, Chair. I will continue in Italian. Buongiorno Presidente, volevo farle una domanda sulla nuova stablecoin denominata in euro e chiamata Kivalis, appena fondata da 10 istituti di credito europei con sede ad Amsterdam, vigilata dalla Banca Centrale Olandese, che nel 2026 vuole fornire una nuova moneta digitale ancorata all'euro. Io volevo chiedere la sua posizione per quanto riguarda i potenziali effetti sulla stabilità dell'euro, se vede dei rischi parlando in termini generali, o se pensa che questa stablecoin denominata in euro potrebbe invece rafforzare il ruolo globale dell'euro. Qui io mi riferisco alla strategia americana denominata dottrina Miran, che grazie al monopolio del mercato delle stablecoin denominate in dollari sta rafforzando il dollaro e stiamo vedendo il debito pubblico americano finanziato anche tramite questo canale. A livello europeo però noi non possediamo un safe asset europeo, e concludo e volevo chiedere se questa mancanza di safe asset europeo lei la vedeva come un rischio o crede che l'euro possa comunque tramite questa stablecoin rafforzarsi. Grazie.
Well, thank Thank you very much for your question. And my response to that is that we have a regulatory framework within which stablecoins can be set up. And to the extent that this stablecoin, and I can't remember the name, is Ikalvis or Ivalkis, anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah. It's a name that is supposed to inspire confidence. It clearly doesn't inspire my memory, but confidence, yes, maybe. So, with 10 reputable and respectable banks as the founding fathers and mothers of this euro-denominated stablecoins, if it's within the framework prescribed by MiCAR, if it is properly supervised by the Dutch supervisor, fine. This is perfectly legitimate. From a macro point of view, I would just observe that to the extent that one stablecoin has to be €1 within the overall system, we still have the same volume of money around. It can move from one bank to another, depending on where the reserves are kept, but it does not undermine, in my view, the euro system as such. Sometimes I wonder what is the business case for the banks who are launching those products, but I'm sure that they have studied it very carefully.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Gilles Boyer for Renew.
Bonjour Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais vous interroger, comme d'habitude, sur Eric. Je voulais pas vous désarçonner en vous parlant d'autre chose. Nous arrivons à un stade important de notre travail sur le sujet ici au Parlement. Vous savez que notre rapporteur a publié son projet de rapport et que nous allons entamer nos discussions. Vous avez déjà mentionné plusieurs fois l'enjeu important que ce dossier représente, notamment pour l'inclusion de populations aujourd'hui exclues de l'accès à des comptes bancaires. Quel message pourriez-vous adresser aux banques européennes qui continuent de manifester une grande inquiétude face à ce projet, tout comme, je crois, par le passé, elles avaient manifesté une grande inquiétude face au projet SEPA, qui est aujourd'hui entré dans les mœurs. Et comment pouvons-nous concilier cette inquiétude qui peut être légitime avec l'intérêt général européen que nous avons tous à cœur de défendre? Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Boyer. Et non, vous ne me décevez jamais, en particulier sur l'euro numérique. D'abord, je remercie vraiment tous les parlementaires européens qui sont attentifs à ce projet, qui ont pris le temps de l'examiner, de le comprendre. Je sais que Monsieur notre rapporteur est parmi nous et que lui aussi a été très attentif au projet, même s'il n'arrive pas aux mêmes conclusions que les nôtres et qu'il considère un rôle beaucoup plus étroit pour cet euro numérique que celui que nous envisageons. Je pense que vous l'avez souligné que la dimension d'inclusion pour l'euro numérique est une dimension importante. Je crois aussi que la dimension de souveraineté européenne d'un bien public qui est notre euro est aussi un élément important. Je sais qu'un certain nombre d'opérateurs financiers, les banques en particulier, envisagent de continuer à développer leur mécanisme de paiement privé, ce qui est parfaitement compatible avec l'euro digital. Ce n'est pas du tout mutuellement exclusif, tout au contraire. Et je pense que dans le travail d'explication que nous faisons, pays par pays, parfois banque par banque, un certain nombre d'opérateurs bancaires comprennent maintenant que les banques elles-mêmes peuvent s'emparer de l'euro digital et l'utiliser à des fins rémunératrices pour elles, parce qu'elles sont là non pas pour des raisons philanthropiques ni pour inclure les exclus, mais pour leur résultat au bout du compte. Et l'euro numérique peut parfaitement être un vecteur de résultats pour ce qui les concerne. L'activité qui transiterait des systèmes de cartes de type Visa, Mastercard ou autres vers le système de l'euro numérique peut être aussi rémunérateur que celui dans lequel elle fonctionne actuellement. Donc je pense que, à la fois pour des raisons d'inclusion, pour des raisons de souveraineté, pour des raisons de construction du système avec une monnaie banque centrale qui sert d'encre à l'ensemble du système, ce qui peut-être est mis en cause ou en doute ici ou là, et aussi parce que les banques peuvent à la fois faire coexister leur système de type Vero et l'euro digital et faire de l'argent sur l'euro digital, j'espère qu'elles comprendront que c'est de leur intérêt de soutenir ce projet. Merci.
Thank you. For the S&D, Enal Roma.
So, Madam President, you have warned for the rise of the geopolitical risks towards our financial sector, and I still think that this is an acute thing which needs some notice also here. We have seen that the Russian economy is deteriorating, but still they have the possibility to finance the war in Ukraine. I suppose it's in the interests of all of us here that Ukraine can get a just and lasting peace, and this means also that we have to be ready to finance the activities of Ukraine. So we know that there are the Russian assets, which is the elephant perhaps in the room, and they ought to be used here in a legal and effective way. We know the concerns of the Belgian government, which is not very interested to use these resources, and we took note also the announcement of the ECB yesterday that you are not very eager to stand up as lender of the last resort. And that's the reason that I'm here asking you that can you see the importance of the Ukraine case and to help Ukraine financially, and it's also important for financial stability. Is there something which ECB is ready to do in the interest of financial stability here?
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question, because you give me a chance to clarify what is the position of the ECB. And I think that the use of words matter. And the position that we have held in all the efforts that we could deploy to support the Commission in facilitating various options, and 2 options, as you know, have been published today in order to help Ukraine, which needs help. What I have said very clearly, and what the team around me has said, is we will do everything we can, but we will not violate the treaty. And that's the point that was precisely put to the ECB. Will the ECB act as a backstop in order to substitute the commitments that member states should give to Belgium, where the risks is concentrated, by way of guarantees? And for the ECB to do something like that, it is a violation of Article 123 of the treaty. I was not appointed president of the ECB by your assembly to violate the treaty. We cannot monetize the obligations of the member states. So it's not that we are refusing, it's just that we are saying we have to respect the Treaty of Europe in relation to the functioning of the European Central Bank. And my strong hope, because I have not had a chance to review the last version that was just published about 40 minutes ago, but my strong hope is that the very excellent drafters and communicators around this project have found a way to call a spade a spade. It is a fiscal obligation that we all have. So when the fiscal space is not there, we have to find a way. And there are ways that have been identified, and in particular option 2 is one of the ways that has been identified, the issuance of bonds that would be specifically intended to finance Ukraine. That's one option. And the third option, which is in the code numbers that are being used, is something that is stretched, that hopefully is in compliance with international law, that hopefully will respect financial stability, But our duty at the ECB is, number one, to respect the treaty. Number two, to communicate to the leaders whose decision it will be. It's not my decision, but it will be for the leaders to decide whether there is a risk of financial instability, because one key node in the financial network within which we operate, namely Euroclear, is at risk. That's our duty to say it. The second duty we have is to check that international law is respected, because it's a matter of trust in our economic region, in our currency. So my strong hope in that is that we help Ukraine, that we help the financing of it, but not bypassing the treaty and not bypassing the imperative of financial stability, which is the reason why the Belgian government, which has authority over Euroclear, where it has its headquarters and legal roots, the Belgian authorities want to be guaranteed and secure that the risk will be in solidum and not a risk for Belgium. I'm sure there are ways, but as I said, we don't have to violate the treaty as a result.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Any KGIs? Mr. Kataisen, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Lagarde, for being with us here today and also for assuring that you are going to respect the treaties. That is very, very good news, and I hope that others also will follow your example. Now, I would like to come back to the issue of debanking, which is of concern to many of us. We have seen it already today here in this room also. And I mention it because the European Central Bank has an agreement, a cooperation agreement with AMLA, which is the anti-money laundering authority. Now, when people are being debanked, and it's not only physical persons, but also NGOs, press organs, and it happens quite a lot actually, often they are not being told even that they are being debanked, and when they finally notice that they have been debanked, often any information is refused with the argument that this has been done under the rules governing money laundering. So it is a very, very difficult situation, and I would be grateful if you could mention this also with AMLA in order to clarify the situation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. As you know, AMLA is now located in Frankfurt as well, and I will be your messenger in that respect.
Thank you. Mr. Navarrete?
Thank you, Chair. Madame Lagarde, President Lagarde, you repeated several times that we are under pressure in several domains, and I fully agree with you wholeheartedly. I would like to point out two that you mentioned on the retail side, on digital euro, on the geopolitical, and I do agree, but we need any solution, any that does the trick to solve our sovereignty issue. I think it's what we need, the fastest we can get it, not necessarily one solution. And secondly, maybe spreading too much our efforts. There is an area that is absolutely critical action by the ECB, which is providing wholesale CBDC. We had a hearing this morning. I know you're moving fast. Can you assure us that we are moving at full potential and we're getting the full operational DLT native solution and compatible with the rest of the efforts of our central banks in the world? Thank you.
Mr. Navarrete, thank you for encouraging me to move fast on the digital euro. I was not expecting anything less from you. So let me assure you that on both Pontes and Appia, and I'm assuming that you know these two projects. So Pontes is a short-term solution to actually have wholesale CBDC operational as soon as mid-2026. Appia is for the longer term because it requires more by way of infrastructure. But yes, I can guarantee you that we have assigned special teams and special resources to both Pontes and Apia. We are trying to also leverage the resources of the innovation hub of the BIS in order to get as much as possible of their advanced in that respect. But we are riveted to the delivery both on Apia and Pontes, and hopefully, as you know, we are already testing and trying using different national central banks to that effect. But yes is the answer.
Thank you. I give the floor to Mr. Gipontella.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam President. I just want your comments about the U.S. debt. We see that it's out of control, and what is your opinion? Will it explode at once, and then in the European Union have a problem as well? So I want you to comment about the huge U.S. debt.
I will refrain from passing a judgment, but I'm going to quote my colleague and friend, Jay Powell, who is the chair of the Fed. And Jay Powell has said very clearly that the U.S. debt at the moment is not an issue, but the U.S. debt is unsustainable. I think.
Mr. Götting.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on the question, Eino's question, because I think that is in the coming 2, 3, 4 weeks the main issue that will be on the table also of the Council in December. If everyone would have come to the ECON meeting on the 8th of October and listened to you carefully, they would have not been surprised by the announcement of the ECB about the backstop, I think, because those concerns were raised here. And member states are also refusing to do that because probably they have similar concerns, maybe for other reasons. Could you expand a bit more on the stability element of the concerns? So one is the treaty, fully respect that and agree with that. 2, what are the financial stability concerns when it's about Euroclear and the repercussions that you can have in the rest of the system? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for remembering our October discussion. True. I think suffice to look at the numbers. And, I don't have the balance sheet of Euroclear, and I think it would be a much better idea to actually ask Euroclear to come and explain to you exactly how they are structured, how much volume of transactions they conduct on a daily basis, how much trillion euros they have under their custody. But from our perspective, we observe that it's a fundamental node in the network of financial transactions, not only around Europe, but around the world. And there are many significant investors, notably sovereign investors, who have given custody of their assets to Euroclear. That's the reason, actually, why the Russian assets suddenly became frozen as a result of the sanction. It's because the Russian National Central Bank had entrusted custody of its funds to Euroclear. It's not the only one. There are many sovereigns who have done the same thing. And the volume of, I speak from memory, but the volume of assets under custody at Euroclear is north of 40 trillion euros. This is gigantic. So if that node was under threat, under any kind of situation, because Russia would suddenly be legally entitled to claim the reimbursement of its assets, and Euroclear would not be in a position to do so because the instrument that is sitting in its account is not, for instance, a marketable instrument. That's the point in time when the guarantee of the member states would be called in order to compensate the risk sitting in the books of Euroclear. And that is what explains the concern of the Belgian authorities. I think that's the best I can explain in that regard.
Thank you. Any request for the floor? No. So, do you want to conclude?
No. It's as always. It's a real pleasure to be with you and to address some of your concerns and to have this frank dialogue. Honestly.
Okay.
My favorite moment, actually.
So we will have a 5 or 10 minute break, and then we will be back. Okay?
For starting break. Okay, Alvaro.
Ce serait une bonne nouvelle. Je vais souhaiter à nouveau la bienvenue à Madame la Présidente Lagarde qui intervient cette fois-ci en sa qualité de présidente du ESRB. Elle est ici formellement évidemment pour présenter le rapport 2024, mais j'imagine que nous pourrons échanger sur un certain nombre de sujets récents qui pourraient avoir des conséquences, en français, qui pourraient avoir des effets sur la stabilité financière. Et je tiens à rappeler qu'en octobre, le ESRB a publié un rapport extrêmement important sur le risque systémique engendré par les crypto-assets et sur les recommandations liées aux stablecoins. Je vous rappelle la chorégraphie du jour. Ici, Madame Lagarde aura 5 minutes ou peut-être un peu plus. Et puis, évidemment, il y aura un jeu de questions-réponses. Sans plus attendre, je donne la parole à la présidente Lagarde.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for still being in the room at this late hour today. It's a pleasure to address you in my capacity as chair of the European Systemic Risk Board, of which the Secretary is sitting next to me. So when I appeared before this committee 1 year ago, I expressed concern that the financial stability perspective seemed to be fading away from the public debate. And this is why I want to thank you for bringing it back into focus through your excellent own initiative report on safeguarding and promoting financial stability. Your conclusion strongly agree with many of the ESRB priorities as well as our risk assessment, and I look forward to discussing all these topics with you at your convenience. So let me try to flag some of the key areas that we address in our report and that are addressed in your report. So, first, you stress the importance of a system-wide approach to macroprudential policy. And this is exactly central to the ESRB work, because we believe that risks do not stop at the border, nor are they limited to one type of financial entity or activity. So we must look at the whole financial system at large and not just at individual parts of the system. And that's the beauty of the ESRB and its composition. So one of the ESRB priorities is to advance the development of a top-down system-wide stress test. This also aligns closely with the insights from your report. Second, in your report, you stress the need to close regulatory gaps, in particular for non-bank financial intermediaries, the famous NBFI, such as, for instance, the money market funds. You also emphasize the importance of addressing regulatory shortcomings in the context of crypto assets, such as stablecoins. And the ESRB has consistently advocated addressing these regulatory gaps to enhance financial stability. I would also like to make a link between two critical points that you make in your report. You call for a cautious approach to simplifying the post-2008 reforms, streamlining only when there are clear, substantiated benefits to the real economy without jeopardizing financial stability. And you also highlight the necessity for authorities at both national and EU level to have access to high-quality, comprehensive data. There are certainly ways to simplify the reporting framework in the European Union. In fact, the ESRB has made some concrete proposals in this regard, such as investing in new technologies and standardization. But we cannot compromise the integrity and comprehensiveness of data, because if we did so, we would reintroduce the opacity and impair our ability to monitor risks to financial stability. And I hope that your committee will support us in maintaining this critical balance. So, what are the conclusions of our most recent risk assessment? 2 weeks ago, the General Board of the ESRB held its regular meeting to discuss vulnerabilities and risks to the EU's financial systems. But first, I want to stress an important distinction. Financial stability is about what could happen, highly hypothetical. It is not what is likely to happen. So our discussion and my statements today focus on scenarios at the tail end of the probability distribution. It is not a central forecast. It's not a baseline. So what the General Board highlighted was that the economy had been resilient to sizable shocks, but that challenges remain. Sounds familiar. Adverse macroeconomic and trade-related shocks could put significant stress on firms and households across the European Union. The global trade environment continues to be volatile, and this could disrupt supply chains, dampen exports, and weigh on consumption and investment. And of course, geopolitical tensions remain a major source of uncertainty. Russia's unjustifiable war against Ukraine is particularly concerning, as it continues to cast a long shadow over the global economy. So the General Board expressed concern with growing vulnerabilities in financial markets. If macroeconomic and geopolitical risks were to materialize, they could trigger a disorderly market correction. At present, valuations of several riskier asset classes appear stretched, and there is a notable concentration in certain market segments, for instance, in the US technology segment. This elevated risk appetite in global financial markets does not seem to align with the subdued economic outlook in major economies and the prevailing uncertainties we face, including on future productivity, including on what we can expect from the technology improvement. So there is a hype on the one hand, and there is uncertainty on the other hand. Vulnerabilities within the non-bank financial sector, such as liquidity mismatches of open-ended investment funds, pockets of high leverage among hedge funds, and opacity in private markets could all exacerbate adverse market dynamics. Those are, as I said, the risks that are at the tail end of the probability distribution. But they are identifiable. At the same time, the General Board acknowledged the continued resilience of the EU's financial system, as demonstrated by recent EU-wide stress tests for which the ESRB provides the adverse scenarios. The most recent results of the ECB's supervisory review and evaluation process, the famous SREP, also confirm high capital and liquidity buffers in the banking sector. However, there are some signs of worsening credit risk, and the impact of tariffs on businesses in the EU may take some time to trickle through balance sheet of banks. Insurers remain sound, although the General Board is concerned about recent changes to Solvency II, which resulted in less prudent regulatory requirements, and I know that you received a letter from the head of EIOPA to that effect. In conclusion, keeping financial stability firmly embedded in the policy narrative is essential as we navigate an increasingly complex environment. By adopting a system-wide perspective addressing regulatory gaps and ensuring access to high-quality data, we can respond effectively to emerging risk. I thank you and look forward to your questions and insight.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je pense que vous faisiez référence d'ailleurs au rapport de Monsieur Johan von Overfeld.
Absolument.
Qui ne peut pas être ici malheureusement aujourd'hui, mais on remercie effectivement pour ces nombreux apports. I will now give the floor to EPP and we will start with Mr. Gotting. 1 minute and a half.
1 minute and a half, and then a second one or not?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for this extended session with you, Madam President. Non-banking risks that's what I would like to hear more about, and especially related to what happened in the US, the First Brands case. It's basically a car parts company that went bankrupt due to non-transparent financing structures. It grew, it got finances from places where we didn't have, or at least the American supervisors didn't have eyes and ears, and it created a network of risk that sort of evolved into a serious disruption. These opaque private credit systems are getting bigger. It's not the first time you are asked about it, also not here. Actually, it's quite a growing concern. At the same time, we're seeing a very strong evolution of financing tools and sources where you can actually get money. The whole digital environment is, of course, a good example of that. What for you is now the first urgent thing to do, or the most urgent thing to do, and to understand the level of risk that this could be posing for us in the next year or years? And do we actually in Europe have similar vulnerabilities than the ones in the US? Because I know the systems are not the same, but is it comparable?
So thank you, Mr. Gotting, for referring to this disruption that occurred on the U.S. market. There were two of them, actually, one after the other, in different sectors of the activity. But our assessment at this stage is that private finance does not pose an immediate systemic risk in the European Union. This is a market that grows, and as those markets grow, as the NBFI in particular are expanding and are now holding more assets than the banking sector, obviously we have to become and to continue to be very attentive. We have to continue to monitor. And the concern that I have is that by legitimately trying to simplify and reduce the redundancy and reduce the layers and the excessive layers of information, data, declaration, disclosure, we deprive ourselves from data and access to data that would be helpful in order to identify the risks. I think one of the reasons why these accidents occurred that were financed by private credit, one of the reasons is that there was very little by way of disclosure and proper information of those who invested. So we should be very attentive to making sure that we keep the data and that we maintain access and availability of data in order to identify the risk. So for the moment, not systemic, not as large, probably better disclosure as we have it at the moment, but we need to be attentive to the risk of losing sight of that and not monitoring enough.
Thank you. That's a perfect bridge to the second question, which is about the competitiveness of the European banking sector and how we get the balance right, or at least which appears to be always a dichotomy between competitiveness and bureaucracy or reporting and data, is what you talked about just now. The Commission is working on a report. I don't think the public consultation is open yet, but would you have some insights into your thinking, and what does the European banking system need to become a better partner to the European economy and to European citizens in creating more dynamism and the markets that we need in Europe?
You know that both at the ECB, including at the SSM, but at the ECB, the central banking activity in particular, a task force was set up, which we call the high-level task force, under the presidency of the Vice President, Mr. de Guindos, in order to work comprehensively with other national central banks, which themselves have access to banks and the banking sector, in order to identify where there could be simplification, where there could be more risk-taking, where there could be better risk management. And they will soon publish, Thursday in a week, the report that will include 15 different sets of recommendations that touch on the regulatory environment, on the reporting framework, and on the supervision framework, to the extent that it has legislative or regulatory consequences. So the task force left to the side what was by way of guidelines, what was by way of implementation and practices, which is something that needs to be by way of walking the walk and not talking the walk. But I think that you will be interested to see what recommendations will result from that report. What I can tell you is that we have conducted that exercise at the ESRB as well. Because as risk, I'll explain to you the dynamics in which we are. Risks tend to increase because we have new actors, because certain things become systemic, because the technology is capable of improving and enhancing and enlarging access and diffusion of financial products. So as a result of that, the ESRB, that brings together all the regulators, all the authorities in the financial sector, have more work to do. And we are always short of resources. So when we turn around and when the team says, well, we'd love to do that, but we do not have the time. Once you've said, okay, invest in artificial intelligence, yes, we have. We still need more time. Then what do? We look at what is done and is superfluous. So what we did is, and I speak under the control of the Secretary General who has led that exercise, we identified 90 tasks which over the course of the last 10 years had been identified by you, by the Commission, by authorities as to be discharged by the ESRB because it's convenient. Everybody is there. Why don't we give them another job? And what they did is they went through, and we did that together, and it was approved by the General Board. We went through the list of the 90 tasks and found out that 40 of them, so almost half, didn't make any particular sense or were useless and yet were time-consuming. And that will be submitted for the review of the regulator, which hopefully will approve our proposal for removing, deleting, slimming down, with a view to focusing on what is really needed, which is the analysis and the prevention of risk on the overall financial landscape. But I think we can all do that. And I was very grateful that at the ESRB we could conduct the exercise. I very much hope that as a result we will only be left with 50 additional tasks that have been given to us over the course of time, but the 40 unnecessary ones will be taken out. That report, by the way, the ESRB report, will be attached to the report that will be published on December 11th. So you will find the 90 and the 40.
Thank you. For the SND, Eroina Luma.
Thank you, and many thanks for your clear presentation and also for your nice words on the Parliament own initiative report. I have some questions in my mind similar to the concerns we have had around stablecoins and namely around money market funds. We all know that some types of money market funds are quite vulnerable in times of stress, as demonstrated during recent market turmoil and as outlined in international recommendations of the FSB. Then I'm looking at the MFF regulation, and I would be interested to hear your opinion. Is there room for improvement in our own regulation, or is this regulation enough for us to cope with the problems?
Thank you very much. And you're focusing predominantly on money market funds.
Yeah. Then I have a second question if I have time enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So money market funds have been a concern for the ESRB ever since I can remember, and I've been the president of the ESRB for 6 years. So for 6 years, I think we have called the attention of the regulators to the risk that can be precipitated by money market funds, which, as the saying goes, are fine in calm waters, but when the going gets tough and the water is rough, then it becomes an issue. And I'm still of the view that we have expressed in our recommendation in 2020. It was in 2024, if I recall. 2021, in which we have actually recommended that a better regulatory framework be put in place to sort of not restrict, but monitor, supervise, and bring more security to the functioning of money market funds. Since 2021, nothing has happened. So they continue to prosper, and that is a lucrative activity, it's fine. But when it comes to the crunch and there is a liquidity crisis, that's when the chicken come home to roost. And at that point in time, then the liquidity of last resorts has to somehow be available. So my recommendation of 2021 is still standing. And I think the BIS has approached it in the same way and has issued a recommendation a couple of weeks ago, which goes exactly in the same direction.
Thank you. BIS has recently highlighted the rapid growth of tokenized money market funds, noting that they replicate the structural vulnerabilities already observed in both traditional MFFs and certain types of stablecoins, particularly liquidity mismatch and the risk of abrupt technology-driven runs. So how do you assess the systemic relevance of tokenized MFFs, and how would you address this emerging source of run and contacting risk?
No, as you rightly said, the BIS has issued a report on that a couple of weeks ago, and I think that the concerns that we have expressed in relation to money market funds apply exactly mutatis mutandis to the money market funds in tokenized format. I think the only concern that is maybe an add-on to the concern that we have is that the underlying assets which remain subject to the traditional settlement are not moving as fast, probably, as the tokenized money market instrument do. That's maybe an accentuation of the risk that exists anyway. So we agree with the BIS conclusion in that respect.
Thank you. For PFI, Nico Biori.
Thank you. You mentioned in your introduction the non-bank financial intermediaries, and there was already a question, but let me ask the same in another context. We see that these NBFIs, including money market funds and private market funds, are becoming increasingly interconnected with traditional banks, which may amplify the transmission of shocks across the financial system. Given this growing interconnectedness, what concrete steps does the ECRB propose to improve transparency, monitoring, and macroprudential oversight of these NBFIs? Thank you.
I hesitate to give you a sort of comprehensive jack-of-all-trade response for NBFI at large, because NBFI is a very large family, and you have multiple kinds of funds. You have, it ranges from the money market funds to the pension funds and everything in between. So they are not subject to the same regulations. They're not necessarily under the same supervision, and yet they are exposing the financial sector to potential risk of similar nature, not same nature, but similar nature. So I think 3 points that I would like to make. Number one, they should be monitored and supervised in a comprehensive way, and that applies both in terms of activity and in terms of entity, irrespective of how they call themselves. Second, and that's the key point that I was making to another participant earlier, we are badly in need of data. We need to understand what is going on in this NBFI world. And we're not the only one to say that. The FSB has been saying the same thing. Those who care about financial stability and who see the progression of NBFI and the penetration that they have of the financial sector in terms both of volume and scope of activity are all saying the same thing. Because at the end of the day, it will come back again, either to the banking sector directly and through the banking sector to the central bank.
Thank you. Yeah, my second question would be that certain experts also warn that elevated valuations in certain risky asset classes combined with possible repricing in sovereign and corporate bond markets, including tariff-sensitive firms, could lead to sharp corrections that could threaten financial stability. In light of that, how does the ECRB assess the readiness of EU banks and non-banking institutions to absorb those corrections? And does the ECRB believe current capital and liquidity buffers are sufficient to contain a potential contagion triggered by a bond market or assets valuation shock? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack in your questions, and so I'll try to address it from 2 or 3 points of view. One is there is a concentration of risk. Yes, I think that's the analysis that we conduct. It's to be found in the ESRB report. It's also available in the financial stability report that was published a couple of weeks ago. So concentration on risk, in particular in the high-tech sector, and notably in the United States, with a clear focus on artificial intelligence. If you start to disaggregate where the risks are located, you very clearly see that it's in a small number of corporates. You clearly see as well that they are sort of linked to each other, either by way of stakeholding, shareholding, or supplier-client relationships, which means that you have a block of concentrated risk that could, if destabilized by one of the components, lead to nothing short of a market correction at best. So that's clearly the case. I would say that compared with previous concentration of risk that we have seen as well, I think the numbers, if I recall, is 1% of the S&P 500 actually represent 30% of the of the capex on the US market at the moment, and that gives an idea of the concentration of risk and how it has increased over the course of time. But as I think the second point, because you asked as to whether that would have a significant impact in the banking and financial sector, I think one of the differences with the previous similar formation of concentration of risk in a particular segment of the high-tech market is that a lot of that expansion and creation of value has been financed by equity and has been financed by large established entities. And I'm not talking here about some of the spin-offs and some of the startups that have significantly grown over the course of the last 2 years, but those large players which have been around for the last 30 or 40 years and which eventually absorb or finance significantly those smaller players. So the exposure of those activities to the financial sector, to banking, through lending, is certainly reduced. It's not the end of the story, because I think that the funding of expansion by way of equity is coming to a close, and this sector is now moving into banking funding and private credit funding as well, which has its own risk.
Thank you very much. Ludovic Todor for Renew.
Thank you very much. So sometimes it is good not to have these giants in the tech sector, not from a competitiveness perspective, but from a financial stability perspective. It's sometimes okay, but that is just an introduction. What I wanted to ask is basically a kind of how do you see the borderline between simplification and deregulation, or somehow eroding some of the buffers which were created mainly after the financial crisis? Especially, you mentioned also the insurance sector, that there are some movements there, and I see clearly rationale for simplification of reporting, abolishing redundancies, but from a financial stability point of view, it sometimes it can be a problem if we are going into the data territory, or if we are dealing with much less liquidity or capital buffers. So how do you see the current attempts to change the landscape a bit, and are you personally satisfied with the safeguards which are right now in place in Europe in terms of financial stability?
Well, thank you very much for a difficult question. It's a difficult question because There are lots of very good intentions, and then under the good intentions lie the risk of losing sight of what we pursued back in 2008 and sequitur in order to make the system more stable and safer. And the use of words matter. So you will hear many times that people want to simplify but not deregulate. Or you will hear people who say, no, we're not talking of either simplification or deregulation, we're just talking about modernization. And then I heard recently, this afternoon actually, the use of debureaucratization. So all those words actually cover different phenomenon and different concept. And I think it really matters to understand what is intended behind the words. From the work that we have done at the ESRB and from the work that has been done in the high-level task force of the ECB and under the leadership of the SSM for its implementation purposes, I think that you really need to look under the hood and you look under the skin to see exactly what it is that you are changing and whether you are proposing to remove additional layers that have the same purpose, or whether you're trying to categorize buffers into the callable, the non-callable, and as a result reducing the number of such buffers but without losing sight of what purpose they have. So that exercise is complex and requires to understand the purpose of what we put in place back in 2008 and ever since that. Did we overdo it over the course of time? Did we over-legislate? Did we over-regulate? Did we add one layer to the other, one disclosure to the other? Did we try to fine-tune to the extreme to the point of losing sight of what we wanted to actually do? Yes, absolutely. On the CSRD and on the work that is being done at the ISSB and the work that is proposed by EFRAG, I think there was too much of an effort for perfection. And sometimes perfection, the best is the enemy of the good. And to actually get back to what we actually want to achieve and removing the unnecessary is a valuable and necessary exercise. I don't know if I answered your question, but I can tell you that it's difficult because you need to get to the bottom of what you actually want to implement and deliver.
Yeah, of course, we are not here to ask easy questions. So that we are also trying to find this out. We are also trying to find the right balance when we are trying to legislate. My follow-up question is on the Savings and Investment Union, that actually I don't think that we can move forward without also thinking about changes in the regulation. And if we want to create a single market in this, probably we should also create a single point of supervision and a single point of regulation. So, because people sometimes see just one side of the equation and not the other one. So what do you think about that?
I've been on the record to argue that there has to be single supervision. And I hope that this will be presented in the next few days. I thought it was going to be today. Of course, there are other matters on the agenda, and I hope it will be tomorrow, so that we can understand exactly what is on the table and what kind of organization is proposed in order to arrive at that single supervision, without which we will continue to have 27 different markets with 27 different interpretations of a single directives. So my hope is that it's heading strongly in that direction, and it is going to raise frustration, and I can already hear the music, and I can almost write the script of those who will say, no, we actually don't need single supervision, we can function very well as we do. And the answer of the investors is no, it doesn't work.
Thank you. For the Greens, Rasmus Andresen.
Yes, thank you so much. My first question goes, or is regarding securitarization and the effect for the housing markets. I mean, in the context of the Savings and Investment Union, There is rightly a strong focus on securitarization. This had been mentioned before. This is good because it can free up bank balance sheets and fuel additional credit, especially also to the housing sector. But we also have learned the hard lesson back in the financial crisis in 2008 that there are also risks related to that. And I would like to ask you in this context, what's your assessment of the link between the renewed push for securitization and market risks, for example, for the housing sector?
Well, thank you so much for your very precise question. And to make sure that I respond precisely to your question, I'm going to be guided by the response that we gave to actually the Commission when we were consulted on the proposed securitization proposal. And I think that as a preface, we welcomed it and we supported it in its general principles. And we regarded it as a step in the right direction. But, and I quote, there are areas where the Commission's proposal should be enhanced, as pointed out in also the ESRB letter to the co-legislators in July and the recently published ECB opinion. And I'll mention 3 areas. First, the reduction in capital requirements outlined in the Commission's proposal appears excessive in certain cases. Second, some of the proposed amendments are designed to boost the growth of synthetic securitization, which has vulnerabilities that are not associated with traditional securitizations. So it's a situation where the loan actually stays in the book, but the risks are securitized elsewhere. And in particular, we should not remove the requirements to provide collateral when private companies offer credit protection in synthetic securitization that conform to the simple, transparent and standardized framework. So importantly, reducing capital requirement is not a solution that would in and of itself ensure the revival of the markets. So what we risk is weakening the framework and creating complexity for actually little gains. So we think it's a step in the right direction and that more work needs to be done. But that's the point about the proposal. You're going to improve on it.
Yes, that's for sure. I would like to ask a second question on the stablecoin issue. I mean, this had been debated also with you, and we really appreciate also your clear assessment when it comes to stablecoin here in the Parliament, but also in other events and reports. But the issue hasn't been solved because, from our perspective, the Commission neglects to act, and they are a bit reluctant when it comes to MiCA and how to move forward there, and also the maybe now newest development looking into a review of MiCA would take some time. So this is why I would like to ask you about what you think should be the issue in the meantime if the Commission, and this seems to be the case, won't follow the recommendation, one of your strong recommendations you put forward. What other options do we have to solve this issue? Because we know that the dynamics on the stablecoin issue is quite fast and the decision taking here is quite slow. Maybe you could add a remark on this.
I agree with your characterization of how fast it's moving in the world of stablecoins and other crypto assets, and how time is of the essence for us in order to respond. So as you rightly noted, the ESRB issued a recommendation. We don't do that very often. We don't do it lightly. We know that it's associated with publication and with attention paid to the matter, and we did that on purpose. It was unanimously supported by the General Board of the ESRB. And in that recommendation, we do 2 things. Number 1, and this is our preferred option, we are focusing here on the multi-issuance. That's the point that you are concerned about, and the discrepancies that we have between MiCAR on the one hand and the Genius Act in particular on the other hand. So in that respect, our preferred option is that the Commission considers that the third country multi-issuer schemes are not permitted under the current MiCAR framework. It's not a question of banning them. It's a question of saying it is just not permitted in the MiCAR framework. And that would, of course, prevent the identified risk that we have, which is predominantly the one of redemption. So, if that preferred option that we have is not retained, then we have also identified, because we were aware of that possibility, so we identified a full set of safeguards, that's the plan B, to mitigate the identified risk. And they include, number one, a framework of assessing the equivalence of third countries' legal framework to ensure that they are aligned on MiCAR requirements. Number two, addressing barriers to the mobility of reserve assets between the EU and the relevant third country. Number three, requiring that third country multi-issuance be a criteria for issuers to be deemed significant and therefore under EBA supervision. And four, enhancing credential requirement, access to relevant data, and transparency regarding entities involved in these specific schemes. So those are four categories of safeguards that, at a minimum, should be in place. And I call your attention to the second one. The second one says addressing barriers to the mobility of reserve assets between the EU and the relevant third country. Nice words.
Thank you. Jussi Saramo is not here. No. Okay, so we'll give the floor to Rada Lekova for ESM.
Thank you, Chair. Madame Lagarde, in a recent monetary dialogue, you mentioned the risk of an asset revaluation crisis, but you did not elaborate further on that. So I would appreciate a bit of clarity of what types of assets did you have in mind, and how do you believe that such a crisis can emerge and sustain itself? We cannot expect a precise prediction, but it would be valuable to understand the risk assessments that lead you to this concern. And just out of curiosity, was this your personal observation or a collective assessment of the board? Thank you.
Well, the best I can do is to refer you to the ESRB report, in which we include our risk assessment. And one of the three risks that there are three categories of risk. The first one is market price corrections and its impact. Number two is sovereign risks. And number three is private credit. Those are the three categories. And I'm assuming that your question refers to the first category, which is market price corrections. I've addressed that question earlier on when I spoke about the concentration of risk in a particular sector of the economy, notably in the United States, and how that concentration of interlinked risks constitute a possibility of vulnerability. That's what I was referring to.
You want to follow up? No? Okay. Second round of question. 1 minute for the question, 2 minutes for the answer, and I will give the floor to Paulius Sodagas for EPP.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, it's a great value to talk to you. Thank you very much. But in one very important debate in EU on whether and how to use frozen Russian assets, I hear counter-argument that if we touch the frozen assets, it would impact the financial stability of Eurozone. But if we will not use them, if we will not give sufficient support for Ukrainians, if Russia will defeat Ukraine and later attack the Eurozone country, let's say one of the Baltic states, for example, would this not be a much greater impact to the financial stability of Eurozone? I would like to ask, how does the ESRB assess the systemic risks linked to the EU's potential decision to use frozen assets in a model of reparation loan, and following the recent proposal of the Commission, I mean using Article 122 of the treaty to allow sanctions related to these assets to be prolonged by qualified majority? And how do those risks compare with the potential consequence of a major geopolitical shock, as I mentioned, a conventional military aggression against an EU, NATO and Eurozone country? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. And obviously, the ESRB has identified geopolitical risks at large as constituting a vulnerability for the financial sector. You refer specifically to the use of the Russian assets that are currently held in the books of Euroclear as possibly creating a financial risk. This is a decision that belongs to the governments of the European Union, not to the European Central Bank. As was referred, I think erroneously, in a financial paper yesterday, the ECB is not refusing anything. The ECB is just trying to comply with the treaty and would certainly not stand for the violation of the treaty, notably Article 123 of the treaty. And apart from that, the ECB has always been of the view that the unjustified invasion of Russia by Russia of Ukraine is a very miserable development in international relationships. Which leads me to the merits of my response, or the substance of my response, which is that whatever is done and decided, our duty is, number one, to make sure that there is no increased financial stability risk. And to that end, the title to the assets should stay with Russia. There should not be transfer of such title. And I think one of the two options that are being considered actually address that particular point. Our duty is also to defend the currency, the euro, and to make sure that the international law principles are respected. And this is a debate that we have had with members of the Commission, and I think that we all agree that international law principles have to be respected. If we want to secure Europe as a centre where the rule of law applies, we should not start by violating the rule of law.
Thank you. Last speaker, Jonas Fernandez for the SND.
Gracias, Chair. Dos preguntas muy breves en castellano sobre algunos de los asuntos que ya han sido tratados previamente. Mi primera pregunta tiene que ver con los money market funds, a los que usted ha hecho referencia en su intervención inicial y en varias preguntas. En el Reino Unido han adaptado parcialmente la regulación europea que tenían, que procedía del tiempo previo al Brexit a través de un código. Me pregunto la urgencia de renovar el marco regulatorio europeo. Usted ha hecho referencia a ello, pero me gustaría preguntarle por la urgencia. Y la segunda pregunta tiene que ver con el marco, con la regulación macroprudencial, que algún colega ha preguntado antes. Me consta que en el trabajo en el High Level Task Force de simplificación se está discutiendo también asuntos de buffers que afectan a la regulación macroprudencial, pero llevamos algunos años pendientes de que la Comisión nos presente una propuesta legislativa sobre ese marco macroprudencial y me gustaría saber su opinión al respecto. Gracias.
So thank you very much for your question, and you point out in particular to the urgency or non-urgency of having to implement a better framework and identify better the risks and prevent the risk that can be caused by money markets. I just went back to the recommendation that we gave back in December 21 when we were specifically concerned and we wanted to encourage the Commission to look at it more carefully. And what we envisaged at the time is that low volatility net asset value money market funds, which should have fluctuating net asset value. That's what we envisaged. And the reform would, as a result, not deprive money market funds from playing an important role in financial markets. Investors would continue using money market funds as cash management vehicle. Money market funds would still be able to provide short-term funding to issuers, and they could do so without the need for central bank intervention. So that's the recommendation that we gave to the Commission. We said, you have to give a framework, provide better supervision, but do not prevent them from the liquidity transformation function that they realize at the moment and that they offer to the markets. We still think that it is as important as it was then. Maybe I would add that given what we have observed outside the European Union, in the United States in particular, we think that it's important that it is done. Given the materialization of risk that we have seen there, given the increasing size of those funds and the role that they play, we think that we don't have to wait for the crisis to actually better put the framework in place to prevent the crisis from happening. I'm just trying to think. I'm not sure that the high-level task force has included that in its set of simplification recommendations. I know that they have looked at buffers carefully. They have tried to, I don't want to discuss it too much because I don't want to steal the thunder of the high-level task force Thursday in a week's time. They've looked at buffers. They've looked at trying to simplify by reducing the number of categories without, and that's the point that I was making with your previous colleague. They've tried to really narrow the focus on what is the point. What is the utility of such buffer or such other buffers, and to categorize them in two large categories. But I'd rather not say too much about that. Leave it to the reporter of the leader of the high-level task force.
Thank you. Any question? The catch the eye? Yes, Fernando Navarrete.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to come back to a topic we discussed previously, and we also discussed this morning with Mr. Mazzaferro. I would really like to know your vision, as you mentioned to me, or policy recommendation from a financial stability point of view of a strategy for a large-scale tokenization of financial assets in Europe. What would be your vision? And if in that vision, if that is possible, in terms of a settlement instrument that is neither central bank issued nor with the support of central bank liquidity. Honestly, I don't see it. I see that for settlement of financial transactions, we need both of them. So in that respect, can you please commit on a date for a native, like the Appia project, one that will be available? Because otherwise, I don't see that we have a chance to really have large-scale tokenization. So at what date do you estimate this will be up and running? Appia, which is the full-fledged DLT native solution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's the not the short-term fix, but in a way that's what it is, because we need to move fast. I agree with you, and I'm not sure that I have the exact date. What I'm almost certain is that we want to launch in mid-2026. That's what I told you earlier on, and I'm checking on all my notes that are diligently provided to me by the teams, and I don't see any date. But I'm pretty certain, and the best person to talk to is Piero Cipollone, who is the member of the board on the ECB, who is working on these two, both Appia and Pontes. But I'm almost certain that it will be ready for launching in mid-2026. And there is a lot of pressure on the part of all the Eurosystem representatives around the table of the Governing Council to actually accelerate the process, to have a wholesale DLT-supported mechanism in place and operating in mid-26. I'll double-check on that. I'll come back to you, but I'm pretty certain that it's 2026.
Thank you. And as you know, Piero Cipollone is welcome
He's coming
in this
often, right? Yeah.
in this committee, of course. Any question? No? Well, thank you so much, dear President, dear Chair. Do you want to conclude? No, I think we did basically everything. Thank you so much for your time. And dear colleagues, we will be back at 5:30 for the vote. Thank you. Merci, bravo.
but we want to see your enthusiasm. We want you to think of it as a late-night talk show, where when every guest walks in, walks out, we applaud. We want your engagement and your involvement. When something touches you, we want to hear it. We want to see it. We're here together, and what we want out of this live event, in this room, in this setting, and throughout the world, thank God we have social media and the internet, we want us all to feel the energy that's here tonight. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me in joining Speaker of the Knesset of the State of Israel, Member of Knesset Amir Ohana, Foreign Minister of the State of Israel, Gideon Sa'ar, and United States Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana, Foreign Minister of the State of Israel, Gideon Sa'ar, United States Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and visionary and founder of the Friends of Zion Heritage Center, Dr. Mike Evans. Delegates and pastors joining us from the United States and around the world. I want to welcome you to the historic Friends of Zion Ambassador Summit. This event will be streamed live tonight and be filmed for national television. So please express your enthusiasm when you hear something that you agree with. And now, before we begin, if you could please turn your attention to the screen for warm greetings from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, our current President, His Excellency Mr. Isaac Herzog, and a special word recorded over a decade ago by the late His Excellency Shimon Peres, commissioning evangelical ambassadors to reach the youth and fight an ideological war was a dream of his, the founding international chairman of the Friends of Zion Heritage Center. We will also hear from Dr. Mike Evans to understand why he does what he does.
I want to salute my old friend Mike Evans. I want to salute all of you gathered in this important meeting. You are gathered to fight an important threat to our common future, anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism not only seeks to fight the Jews, it seeks to fight our common heritage. It seeks to destroy Western society. It's today an amalgamation of the radical left joined with the radical Islamists, and on the other side, the radical right that seeks to erase history and thereby threatens our common future. So let's not give in. Stand up and be calm. Tell the truth. Speak to young people. Speak up.
In Jerusalem. It gives me so much pleasure to welcome all of you, dear pastors, to Israel and to Jerusalem at a moment full of meaning as you're officially commissioned as Friends of Zion Ambassadors. I know that this initiative was a dream of the founding international chairman of Friends of Zion, my predecessor, the ninth president of Israel, a giant in his time, the late Shimon Peres. He knew that harnessing the power of a core of informed faith leaders would be a critical component in fighting the ideological war being waged against the state of Israel. It is beautifully symbolic, therefore, my friends, that you come together in the holy city at such a fateful time for Israel. As people of faith whose hearts are bound to this land and to this people, and as pastors, religious leaders, who guide the hearts and minds of so many people across the United States and the world. The truth is that you are here at an important tipping point for Israel and for the region and the world. President Donald Trump has helped them negotiate an end to 2 years of terrible war with brutal enemies, the release of our hostages, and a hopeful move away from the extremism of Hamas by passing an incredible resolution at the Security Council demanding the uprooting of Hamas, and we are grateful to him and his administration. In this war, Israel's enemies use missiles and terror tunnels on the battlefield, but they also use vicious lies, fake news, libels, to fuel the ugly rise of anti-Semitism around the world. As religious leaders, as pastors, the moral calling upon you has been immediate and direct, and so many of you have stepped forward to help mediate the truth, cut through the lies, and cultivate a deep love to the nation of Israel in your churches and communities, and you have done so with moral courage, clarity, and great love in your hearts. I want to thank my dear friend Mike Evans, the founder of the Friends of Zionist Heritage Center, which is doing extraordinary work for the nation of Israel, for the truth, for the values we all believe in. I thank my dear friend, close dear friend, United States Ambassador Mike Huckabee, who is an maverick of an ambassador, who continues to be a shining light of deep and enduring friendship. And I thank each of you here for showing up for reading matters again and again. May you all go from strength to strength in warding off darkness and spreading light all over the world. Thank you and bless you.
Hello, dear friends from the Israeli Embassy here in Washington, D.C. We are thrilled to have over 1,000 pastors from around the United States visit Israel for an entire week. For those of you who have visited before, you know the life-changing week you are about to experience. But for those who are visiting for the first time, let me say, welcome home. In Hebrew, we use the word aliyah for going to Israel, which means to ascend. We believe that visiting Israel is a spiritual ascension for everyone who comes. As Bible lovers, you have everything you need to experience the land of Israel and the people of Israel. Ben-Gurion, our first prime minister, used to say that people come to Israel don't need a tour book if they have the Bible. I encourage you, take your Bibles with you and walk step by step through the pages. As you journey through the land, you will meet Israelis from every walk of life and culture. You will experience ancient Israel alongside modern Israel as you witness the language of the Bible come to life, being spoken on our streets. Most of all, you will feel the presence of the Eternal One. You will say where King David danced, where the prophets walked, and where God placed his name forever. Let me leave you with David's Psalm 122. I was glad when they said to me, let us go to the house of the Lord. Our feet have been standing within your gates, O Jerusalem. Go in peace, come back in peace, and may peace be forever upon you. Shalom.
Dear young ambassadors, you are going to serve the diplomacy of the future. Israel is a miracle, and you are going to show that people can create miracles. As you are young, the future belongs to you. And if I can advise you, I would advise one thing. If you want to be great citizens, serve a great cause. Nothing is greater than the cause of friendship among human beings.
I want to close by just saying one thing personal that I never talk about. Why I do what I do. I'm driven 24 hours a day to defend Jews. And here's why. My mother was a Jew. She was an Orthodox Jew that hated Christians. At the age of 4, she told me, Christians kill Jews. Christians hate Jews. Jesus died, don't dig him up. I named you after your great-grandfather, Mikhail Katz-Nelson, who was burned to death in his synagogue with 2,000 Jews. I found out from Shimon Peres that his grandfather, Metzner, was the cantor rabbi in the same synagogue. But I had a problem. My problem was I had a father who was a professing Christian, and he hated Jews. How in the world did she marry such a man? It's crazy. She had 7 children, and she was married to an anti-Semite. But here's what he believed. He believed she had an affair with a Jewish man, and I was not his son. And I'd sit on the top of those stairs and I'd be so ashamed because I didn't have the courage to send it to that man. And one day at 11, I got the courage. And I screamed, "Stop it!" And when I screamed and he ran up the stairs, he picked me up by my throat, way above his head, and strangled me. I went unconscious. When I woke up in a fetal position, I screamed in rage, "God, why was I born?" And then I knew the answer. I couldn't defend one Jew against a Jew hater. My purpose in life was to defend all the Jews. That's what drives me.
I've known you for close to 40 years, but I learned tonight things that I didn't know, that are deeply moving, and I think people appreciate the force of truth that came from your words. So thank you for your friendship for all these years. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Lidar Grevelazi, and it is my honor to be your host this evening. Tonight, we open an historic week, one unlike anything Israel has ever seen. You are part of the largest delegation of U.S. Christian leaders to visit Israel since the founding of the state. Over 1,000 pastors and influencers representing tens of millions of Americans standing here as friends, as partners, and future Friends of Zion ambassadors. This extraordinary gathering, led by Dr. Mike Evans and the Friends of Zion Heritage Center and Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, comes at a pivotal moment. Israel is fighting not only on the battlefield, but in the realm of ideas. An ideological war that demands courageous voices of truth. This program was created out of urgency and purpose. At a time when anti-Semitism is rising around the world, and with Israel's very right to exist is challenged, your presence here is more important than ever. Over the next several days, you will engage directly with the people and hear stories that define this moment in Israel's history. You will gain first-hand understanding of the challenges that we face, the resilience of our communities, and the depth of what this country has endured since October 7th. These experiences will not only inform you, they will stay with you long after you return home. The perspective you gain here will shape the conversations you lead and the understanding you build within your communities across the United States. You are uniquely positioned to help counter misinformation, strengthen public awareness, and deepen support for Israel, especially among the younger generation. Your voices matter, and the clarity you bring to Israel's story will reach far beyond this room. This is the essence of living diplomacy. That is the power of this program. That is its innovation. And that is why your presence here matters tonight so profoundly. Thank you for beginning this journey with us and for the role each of you will play in ensuring that Israel's story is heard, understood, and carried forward with clarity, empathy, and conviction. And now, please welcome Al Denson and the band to the stage.
Here we go. Thank you. Hey, what a blessing. And I was sitting here thinking, thousands of people over here, friends of Zion, pastors in this place, we don't know that. And I think that's so awesome. Can we do this? Can we give it to the Lord? Just a shout of praise. Just allow us to be here. What a way to start. What a way to start. Thank you, Jesus. God is good. I'm going to have you stand anyway, so you might as well stand up now. I'm going to have you stand anyway, so let's go ahead and stand together. So I was trying to think, most of the time we sing for worship leaders, but now we have pastors in here. So now I get to hear the real voice in the room. So here's what I want to do. I was trying to think what's the best way to start, and I couldn't think of a better way to start than all of us together, by ourselves, no band, no nothing, just singing a cappella the doxology. So can we sing that together? Give me the verse, ready? Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise Him, all creatures here below. Praise Him above ye heavenly hosts. Praise Father, Son, big amen. Ready? Amen. Sing this with us. Give the Lord a hand. Come on, sing this with us. I stand amazed in the presence of Jesus Nazarene. I wonder how He would help me. A sinner condemned and free. Sing with it. Singing how marvelous, how wonderful, and my song shall ever be. How marvelous, how wonderful is my Savior for me. He took my sin. He took my sin and my sorrow. He made them His very own. He turned the burden to Calvary and suffered and died alone. How marvelous, how wonderful is my song shall ever be. How marvelous, oh how wonderful is my Savior's love for me. Here we go now. Oh, when the ransomed in glory, His face I at last shall see. And it'll be my joy through the ages to sing of His love for me. Oh, how marvelous, how wonderful my song shall ever be. How marvelous, how wonderful is my Savior. Sing that one more time. There we go. How marvelous, how wonderful is my song. just a cappella. Sing it one more time. How marvelous, how wonderful, that my song shall ever be. How marvelous, how wonderful is my Savior's love for me. Give it up to the Lord. Will you do that? Have a seat.
Thank you to Al Denson and the band. Omel Shem-Tov was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival on October 7, 2023. He was held captive by Hamas in Gaza for 505 days before his release in February of this year. I would now like to invite to the stage our distinguished guests, Dr. Mike Evans, Speaker of the Knesset Emil Ohana, Foreign Minister Gil, and Ambassador Mike Huckabee, to present the Finani Award to Omel Shem-Tov.
We're going to move over for the presentation, but I'd like to say something first. Friends of Zion have with the families, with his father and his father, through the entire crisis. And it's so pure family. And this is like the son. He's like the son. And you're passionate to faith. But I want to tell you something that's so bad. It's typical of us, with the greatness of Israel. Because he never lost his faith in God, in the hallowed. But that's not all. Every day he took a little biscuit, and he thanked God for it. And he thanked God for the little break he had, and for the air he breathed. And then once a week he would come and say something. You know, you call it communion. They call it Kiddush. And so he would have Kiddush in that home and give thanks to God. And he would sing a song. And the song is the 121st Psalm. And I know I'm going to put him on the spot. But I'm like to hear my son. So would you sing a few minutes of
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
If you could all please turn your attention to the screen for a short video on Omel's story.
מאין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מאימה שעושה שמיים וארץ. From the moment I was kidnapped, I felt this shield that God put me inside of it. ולא ישן שומר ישראל. From the moment they got to Gaza, maybe 3 or 4 days later, I used to say thank you. That I'm alive, that I have maybe small amounts, yeah, but I have food, that I can breathe, every day.
How many days were you in?
505 days.
And then how long in the tunnels?
For 450 days. And I was alone. The last day there, I was sitting in the dark. I was in a very, very dark place, emotionally. I was crying, and I was very weak, so I couldn't really speak, and I told God, please take me. Just take me from here. Take me anywhere you want. It doesn't have to be home. Just take me from here. And maybe 10 minutes later, the door opened, and the guard Thursday was there, told me, come on, you're going, 1 week you're going home.
He took you out?
He took me out. And all this period of time that I was there, I just saw miracles. A lot of miracles.
Wow. Omer, we're so glad you're home. When I first met you outside, I was taken by your smile. And I was overwhelmed that through all of the horrid things you've been through, you were able to smile. The God within you is stronger than the hate that surrounded you for 505 days.
Let's pray. Dear God, thank you. Thank you for such an answered prayer. It's truly a miracle. In the natural, he shouldn't have been alive, but you said he is going to be alive. My hands on him, he's mine. I will protect him, I will strengthen him, and we give you the praise and the thanks. Amen. Whew. This is hard for me, because I was here with you when you were in your pain. Lord, there's no words we can express to comfort Shelley. We ask you to give her strength and keep her filled with faith and hope. Amen.
Amen.
Bless you, Shelley. And you're paid.
Do you know where is your son now? Do you know where is your daughter now? I didn't speak with Omer more than 150 days.
But no more pain now. No more pain now. You know, we've had millions of people praying. And now the beautiful thing is they're going to see how their prayers were answered.
I want to say special thanks to you for making people
I'm waiting for my son to come home and I will hug him. He is my sunshine and I'm waiting for my sunshine.
every prayer has an answer. Yes, and I felt every prayer. In the darkest point, I felt the light. And thanks. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
I was praying every day in his room.
Even in the worst place, when you have strong faith, this is the thing that takes you up.
Thank you.
Oh man, how wonderful that you are back home. And we continue to pray for the return of the remaining hostages. And now, it is my honor to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the State of Israel, Mr. Gideon Saar.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana, U.S. Ambassador to Israel, the incredible Mike Huckabee, my dear friend Dr. Mike Evans, thank you. You are a real partner. Omer Shem Tov, you are a real hero. Thank you for attending this beautiful evening. I wanted to say 1,000, but actually it's more than 1,000, as I was lately informed, distinguished pastors and Christian leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Holy Land. Welcome to Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the Jewish state and the Jewish people. This is really an extraordinary event. This is the largest delegation that the Foreign Ministry has ever brought. And I want to thank you all, each of you, for coming to Israel. Thank you for standing by Israel. And thank you for being our ambassadors of the truth. You are the greatest friends of Israel and the Jewish people. I also want to thank both Mikes. Mike Huckabee and Mike Evans, for your vision and long-standing friendship. There's nobody like Mike, they say, huh? Distinguished pastors, you are standing in Jerusalem, the ancient and eternal capital of the Jewish state. Jerusalem, D.C., David's capital. It's the beating heart of the Jewish people. It's not just a city. Jerusalem is a symbol. It represents the fulfillment of a dream of over 3,000 years. Yet there is a huge global movement today trying to erase the proven historical connection between the Jewish people and our ancient homeland and capital. They try to challenge our sovereignty over it. They deny our historical, biblical roots here. But around us, the Bible is present. Shiloh is still Shiloh. Hebron is still Hebron. The cave of our patriarchs is still here. And Jerusalem remained and will remain our capital. The archaeological findings in the city of David, you just saw them lately, show beyond any doubt the Jewish people are indigenous to this ancient land. We were here a long, long, long time ago. 3,000 years ago, King David lived and walked here. He established Jerusalem as our capital. In the book of Psalms, King David wrote, "If I forget you, Jerusalem, let my right hand be forgotten." Ever since then, the Jewish people have prayed for Jerusalem. We have never forgotten. And we were able to see with our own eyes how the ancient words of the biblical prophets came true. The Jewish people returned to Israel. Jerusalem was restored as our capital. God fulfilled his promise. And we are here now to stay forever. Remembering our past and building Jerusalem in the present ensures our future. The Roman Emperor Hadrian destroyed the city of Jerusalem. He built a new city on its ruins. He called it Ilia Capitolina. His goal was to erase the memory of the Jewish city. Nobody remembers today Ilia Capitolina. But everyone knows Jerusalem. There has never been a sovereign nation in the land of Israel besides the Jewish people. Not the Palestinians or any other nation. There has never been, during the history, a Palestinian state. This land will always be, as it was always, the land of Israel. This is the name in the Bible. The Axis denying the Jewish people's historical connection to the Holy Land wants to eliminate the Jewish state. Against this Axis stands the alliance of believers, America and Israel, Jews and our evangelical Christian brothers. Your overwhelming presence today proves this alliance is alive and kicking. But the truth must be told. There is an evil campaign underway in America. This campaign is well funded also by states hostile to Israel. Its method, pushing propaganda, flooding social media with lies, and promoting insane conspiracy theories. Its goal, to ruin the US-Israel alliance. At its core, this campaign is anti-Israel, but it's much more than that. This campaign is anti-Western, it's anti-American. The truth is that Israel is an asset for America.
Just as the United States is indispensable for Israel, Israel is indispensable for the United States and for its national security interests. The United States has no way to ensure its national security interests in the dangerous Middle East without Israel. We share real-time intelligence that saves the lives of American soldiers. We are fighting by ourselves against enemies that are also the enemies of America. These enemies, such as Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis in Yemen, swear death to America as much as they swear to destroy Israel. Friends, those who try to harm the U.S.-Israel alliance harm America itself. They undermine American values and interests. We won't let it happen. These values, our Judeo-Christian alliance, form the basis of Western civilization. It's the foundation of the unbreakable bond between Israel and America. Here I want to praise President Donald Trump. President Trump is the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. And America is our greatest ally and closest friends. It will always be like that. Dear friends, Israel has had a difficult 2 years. During this time, we saw who our true friends are. Christian friends of Israel are our most important and true friends. In 2025, under my direction, the joint projects between Israel and our Christian friends reached new heights. Yet, we have a lot more to do together. I intend to continue our close cooperation in 2026. I want to thank you all for coming. God bless America. God bless the U.S.-Israel alliance. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you again to Foreign Minister Gideon Saar. And now it is my honor to invite to the stage Speaker of the Knesset of the State of Israel, Member of Knesset Amir Ohana.
What a glorious event! Good evening, Jerusalem! Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gideon Saar, U.S. Ambassador to Israel, and as I always say, my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee! Founder of the Friends of Zion Heritage Center, Dr. Mike Evans. Recipient of the Hineni Award and a true hero, we see him, released hostage Omer Shem Tov. Members of the Friends of Zion Ambassadors Program, distinguished pastors. Nearly 4,000 years after Abraham stood ready before the Lord, 1,000 Christian leaders from across America have gathered in Jerusalem, where history is still being made, ready to answer with the same conviction, "Hineni, here I am." It is truly a profound honor to stand before the largest ever Christian delegation to set foot in the Holy Land. Yet what moves us most is not the quantity, but the quality. Men and women who do not just read the Bible, but bring it to life. On behalf of the Knesset and the State of Israel, I offer our deepest gratitude to Dr. Mike Evans, whose vision brought us all together on this historic evening, and to each and every one of you. Israel stands and shall forever stand because God has blessed us. He has blessed us with brave soldiers, with an incredibly resilient people, with courageous leaders like Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and with great allies like America and President Donald J. Trump. And tonight, we are all blessed to have such faithful friends as all of you. For generations, your communities have prayed, preached, and advocated for Israel. But tonight, you elevate that mission even further. You become emissaries of the covenant binding Israel and America, and guardians of the values that build and sustain our civilization. Just days ago, Jews across the world read the story of Jacob in the weekly Torah portion. Not far from here, having dreamed of a ladder reaching into the heavens, he declared, "Ein ze ki im beit Elohim, v'ze sha'ar hashamayim." This is none other than the house of the Lord, and this is the gateway to heaven. That is this land, where truth is tangible and sacred verses come to life. What we have witnessed over the last 2 years has been nothing less than biblical. From the depths of October 7th, the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, we fought on 7 fronts against a 7-armed Goliath. And once again, David prevailed. Like modern Maccabees, we are fighting an empire of terror, and we are reshaping reality. And as with Esther, more than 2 millennia ago, God stepped in to rescue his people from a genocidal Persian plot. As David Ben-Gurion said, in Israel, a person who does not believe in miracles is not realistic. Tonight, one of those miracles stands among us before our very eyes. Omer Shem Tov returned to us after 505 days of anguish in the terror tunnels of Gaza, in hellish darkness, face to face with the purest evil, he kept the Sabbath. He studied Scripture. He clung to God with a faith that no brutality could break. Omer, your pain scars our generation, but your strength will inspire generations to come. We are so fortunate to have you with us. Omer Shem Tov. And let us applaud Shelley, Omer's mother, and Omer's family for their resilient 505 days. My friends, as you experience the land and the people of Israel, you will encounter their beauty and their soul. And I have no doubt that you will carry that light back home. Share it with your families, with your communities, and with your fellow Americans. God commands us to be a light unto the nations. Together, let us answer that call, Hineni, and let us illuminate the world. In his address to the British people during the Second World War, Churchill said, "Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties, and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will say, this was their finest hour." My friends, this is your finest hour, and that we shall never forget. May God bless you, may God bless America, and may God bless the state of Israel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you so much. And it is now my profound honor and my distinct pleasure to introduce a lifelong friend of the State of Israel and my good friend, and as I said, my favorite, absolute favorite rock star, the Ambassador of the United States to America, to Israel, the Honorable Mike Huckabee.
Thank you. Thank you. I am very aware that if Jesus had ever been asked to speak to 1,000+ pastors, there would have been another beatitude in the New Testament. Blessed are the brief, for they shall be invited again. I want to say thanks to my friend Amir Ohana, the Speaker of the Knesset, for a wonderful introduction, but more importantly for a profound friendship that we have deepened in our bond over this time that I've been here as ambassador. My thanks to Gideon Sar, phenomenal foreign minister, who had the courage to join with Dr. Evans in bringing over 1,000 pastors here. I'm going to tell you, that is a bold, bold move. If this had gone sideways and no one came, Minister Sar, I'm afraid you probably would be looking for a new position within the Israeli government. But because you had the vision and the courage, tonight we witness nothing less than a miracle. It truly is incredible, and God bless you all. I want to tell you, you were this close to having something really, really special tonight, because I turned to Amir, who is, when I say he's a phenomenal guitar player, I don't mean he's good. I mean he is world class. He shreds the instrument. He and I have played together. We played at a rock concert called Woodstock out on the countryside. We played at the Residence. We got some more gigs coming up. And I looked up on this stage and I said, Amir, there's a 4-string bass and there's a guitar. And I said, we've got an opportunity here. But I'm going to let him off the hook, because He said, "Oh, but Mike, it's an acoustic guitar. I need an electric guitar." So here's my request. Sometime before maybe this week is over, maybe Sunday afternoon, I don't know if you may be busy. That's right, you're leaving for America. You find more ways to get out of great opportunities than anybody I've ever seen. Otherwise, I'd have got an electric guitar, you got a bunch of them, and we'd have done it. So next time when you come to Israel, Amir and I will entertain you. I won't say it'll be gospel music, but you will enjoy it, I promise you that. I wanted to say thanks to President Trump for sending me here, but I did find out after he sent me that it really was accidental, because the people of Israel had sent him a note, and the Prime Minister said, "Would you please, we're in trouble. The whole world is against us. It's been horrific. Hamas has attacked us and murdered, mutilated, savagely killed over